Side, they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Ola Sabo who zips out for the front end. First Trumpet accompanies that one on the outside in second. Z Bear along the inside in third. And then it's Passion to the outside of Peak. They're fourth and fifth, and Rhymes Like Dimes at the inside, the back of the pack as they navigate the first turn. Two horses press to the pace. First Trumpet to the outside of Ola Sabo. They're clear by 5. Over the gray, Z-Bear is now off the inside in third. Peak is in the blue blinkers in fourth. Passion 3 wide in fifth and about 6.5 lengths off the lead. And then a margin of about 2 to Rhymes Like Dimes, who's at the back of the pack. First quarter mile, 23 2/5 up the backstretch. Ola Sabo to the inside and first Trumpet. They're clear by 6.5, 7 lengths as Peak now fires on through towards the inside third. Z-Bear gets a rein shaken at him in fourth, and then it's Passion outside in fifth and Rhymes Like Dimes at the back of the pack at about 8 lengths off the lead. The half in 46 seconds flat. Big time pace in the front end. Ola Sabo first and second as they have 5-6 seats to go. Z-Bear is on the outside in third. Passion goes wide. Peak is towards the inside, 3 lengths off the lead. And Rhymes Like Dimes is at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Ola Sabo wins the battle with First Trumpet, but Peak comes to attack on the outside as it's Passion on the grandstand side in third. Rhymes Like Dimes up the inside fourth. 1 furlong to go. Ola Sabo, Peak to the outside with Passion. And then it's Rhymes Like Dimes towards the inside fourth in deep stretch. Peak, Ola Sabo, Passion on the outside. It's Peak. Peak in front. Close for second, Ola Sabo. Second race, Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 22 minutes at 8. And they're off. It's Colton Goes who sends out for the lead. Bustino Santino flashing early speed. Makar. Khalid's Dream getting on track towards the inside, going from mid-pack up into the lead. Colton Goes is in fourth. Coach Bahi towards his inside fifth. 3 lengths to Raw Courage, who's to the inside of Erie Man. Those two about 8.5 lengths off the lead respectively. Half mile to go. It's Khalid's Dream who opens up by a little over a length. Makar, Bustino Santino in chase mode second and third. Coach Bahi saves all the ground towards the inside in fourth. Colton goes deep on the course in fifth. 3.5, 4 off the lead. Then 2 lengths back to Erie Man to the outside of Raw Courage. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, Khalid's Dream has opened up. Khalid's Dream has the lead by 2.5. Bustino Santino outside second. Coach Bahi towards the inside in third. And then it's Makar. Erie Man one from the outside. Colton Goes is spun out very wide. They got 1 furlong to go. It's Khalid's Dream on top by 3. Coach Bahi picking away at the margin in second. Coach Bahi's got dead aim on Khalid's Dream. Khalid's Dream and Coach Bahi. It's Coach Bahi sweeping on by for the victory. Khalid's Dream second. Raw Courage third. Bustino Santino fourth. Mutual double $66.36. Exacta $24.72. Trifecta $20.88. Dime Super $13. Off and running in the New York Oaks, it's Irish Fortune who's bounding out for the front end. Victory Hall, Careless Whisper outside second and third. Life is But a Dream tucked in along the inside. And then it's Veneta who will be 3 wide around that first turn in second last. And Mobella Dream is at the tail of the field as they wheel around the first turn. It's Irish Fortune who's on the point, has the lead by 1.5 lengths, 2. Careless Whisper to the outside of Life is But a Dream, second and third. Veneta emerging in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Half length to Victory Hall is towards the inside in fifth, and 1.5 lengths back to Mobella Dream, who trails the field. First quarter mile timed at 24 1/5, 5 furlongs to go in the New York Oaks. Irish Fortune doling out the fractions. The lead's 1.5 lengths. Careless Whisper outside in second. Life is But a Dream towards the inside third. Vanilla niggled upon by Carmouche to go after leaders, now up into third. Victory Hall is in between horses fifth, 3.5 off the lead, and at the back that's Mobella Dream. 3 furlongs to go. And the favorites are now first and second. Veneta with a 3-wide decisive bid takes over the lead. Careless Whisper attempts to counterpunch in second. Irish Fortune towards the inside. It's Victory Hall who's ranging up 4 wide into the home stretch up into a joint second. Life is But a Dream is in second last as they turn into the home stretch. It's Veneta. Veneta's homeward bound. Has a lead by 3. Victory Hall, the danger on the outside. Second, Careless Whisper, 1 pace in third. Life is But a Dream in fourth. They run to the 16th pole. Veneta has a lead by 3 lengths over Victory Hall, who's chasing but not catching Veneta. Veneta and Kendrick Carmouche take the New York Oaks by 2.5. Second, Victory Hall, $17.62. Trifecta, $10.17. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 1, Sunday's Currency. The 5, All of a Suddenly, and the 6, Renew the Blue. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Hey Pal, who streaks out for the front. Isola Doro towards the inside. Salty Ryan and Doha Desert on the outside. Doha Desert up in the second, contending for the top spot early on. The pace starts to quicken a little bit as they navigate that first turn. Fifth place belongs to gray-haired Gus, who's to the inside of White Sport Coat. And at the back, that is Flat Cap, who's about 9 lengths off the lead. 6 furlongs to go, and they transition to the backstretch. It's Hey Pal getting incessant pressure from Doha Desert, who's on the outside in second. Then a space of about 6 lengths to Salty Ryan in third. Isola Doro towards the inside fourth. White Sport Coat 3 wide in the clear in fifth. Then a length to gray-haired Gus behind rivals. And then 5 further lengths to Flat Cap, who trails. The half in 47 4/5. Half mile to go in this race. Hey Pal on top, the lead's a length. Doha Desert coming under pressure in second. And then it's gray-haired Gus in the 2-path, right to the outside of Isola Doro. White Sport Coat 4 wide. Now 2 lengths off the lead, up into third. Now up into second is White Sport Coat. Salty Ryan's in fifth. Doha Desert drops out of it, and Flat Cap passes that one. At the back of the pack as they turn into the home stretch. Hey Pal, White Sport Coat threatening on the outside. And then it's gray-haired Gus who's up the rail in third. And Isola Doro's on the grandstand side in fourth. 3/16 to go. Hey Pal, shifting ground on top by 2. Gray-haired Gus towards the rail. Isola Doro let loose on the outside. 16th to go. It's gray-haired Gus who gets on through towards the inside. Gray-haired Gus victorious, defeating Hey Pal. Then it was Isola Doro at 40. Exacta $43.32. Trifecta $20.31. Super $33. Pick 3 $48.63. Fifth race, Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey change. And they're off. It's Beauty's Bengal from an outside post setting out for the lead. Ace up her sleeve is up close. And then it's Tasty Wave, one of the grays in third, followed up by Glory Bound Clara and Lincolnville Beach fourth and fifth. 3 lengths to Miraviglioso, who runs along in 6. A length back to Ruby's Mission, who's 3 parts of a length in front of Reiterate, and a space of 5 to Pleasant Dreams, out sprinted in the early going at the tail of the field. Tasty Wave into the turn, has a lead by a length. Ace up her sleeve in hot pursuit in second. Beauty's Bengal nudged upon to go after the leaders in third, a length off the lead. Lincolnville Beach in some traffic, followed up by Glory Bound Clara in the pink cap. 3 lengths to Reiterate. Miraviglioso is in third last, and then it's Ruby's Mission in 8th as they turn into the stretch. Beauty's Bengal now assumes command over Ace up her sleeve. It's Glory Bound Clara on the stand side. Lincolnville Beach towards the rail. Lincolnville Beach now assumes command. Beauty's Bengal back in second, then in third. Glory Bound Clara in deep stretch. It's Lincolnville Beach. Lincolnville Beach victorious, defeating Beauty's Bengal. Then it was Glory Bound Clara and Ace up her. Ron Rojeski, bred Lincolnville Beach. Race 6-8. And they're off. Good start for Trinity River, who jets out for the lead. Almez, Wisecracker splitting rivals, now challenging for the top spot. Then in fourth place is In On It. Mo Curls deep on the course. Solo Mini's Legacy also wide, followed up by Hold the Phone towards the inside. Then about 8 lengths to Busy, who's in the 8th and trailing position. About 6 furlongs to go, and it's Trinity River and Wisecracker going at it. First quarter mile, 23 1/5. They're clear by 9 lengths. Almez, Pink Lickers outside third. Mo Curls towards the inside, now up into third. 4 lengths to In On It, who's about 5 lengths in front of Hold the Phone. Solomini's Legacy in second last at about 14 off the lead. And another 10 lengths to the trailer, and that is Busy, Busy, Busy. The half mile, 46 4/5. Trinity River and Wisecracker setting an ambitious pace. And now it's Mo Curls who draws ever closer. In On It towards the inside, trying to pick his way through traffic. In fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Almez goes wide. In On It gets through towards the rail, but Mo Curls gets the jump on In On It. But In On It saving all the ground. Now up the inside, claiming the lead at the top of the stretches. In On It. Almez outside third, then in fourth. That's Trinity River. They turn into the stretch, and it's In On It who scampers clear by 3 lengths over Mo Curls. Almez outside third. Trinity River a distant fourth. 16th to go. It's In On It. Jamie Rodriguez aboard. In On It drawing clear to win this race by daylight. Mo Curls second. Almez third. Busy, Busy, Busy from last to get fourth. Double $11.94, exacta $9.14, 50-cent tribe $4.56, dime super $3.60. Often running in the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Slight hop at the start for 10 Cent Town. Antonio of Venice goes out for the lead. 10 Cent Town's on the outside. Yo, Banana Boy, white blinkers in third, 2 lengths off the lead. And then the stretch runners, Crypto Causeway to the outside of Hey Hey Harry at the back. It's 10 Cent Town. It finally makes the front end, has a lead by a length over Antonio of Venice, who rates in second. Yo, Banana Boy draws closer, third, 2 lengths off the lead, off the inside. 2 lengths to Hey Hey Harry, second last, and a length to Crypto Causeway, who trails. First quarter mile, 22 4/5, 3 furlongs from the winning line. 10 Cent Town, Yo, Banana Boy, now threatening on the outside in second. Antonio of Venice shuffled along the inside, third, only a length and a half off the lead. Then 5 lengths to Crypto Causeway to the outside of Hey Hey Harry as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 10 Cent Town and Yo, Banana Boy attacks on the outside, and Yo, Banana Boy puts the white blinkers in front. 10 Cent Town attempts to re-rally up the inside second. Third place, Antonio of Venice. 16th to go, it's Yo, Banana Boy, and Ricardo Santana Jr. drawing clear to win the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes by 3. 10 Cent Town was second. Banana Boy, $4.58 to Winnie Mutual. Double $8.48, exacta $13.04, trifecta $17.50. Off and running in the New York Derby. Good start for all 4. It's Skulko's Folly who bursts out for the front end. Stick Up Without a Guns up the inside, rank in second. And then it's Talk to Me Jimmy's on the outside, now up into second. Chrysler takes in proceedings at the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn. It's Skulko's Folly on top by 3 parts of a length, now a half length. Talk to Me Jimmy outside in second. Stick Up Without a Gun. Shuffle back in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Then about 6 lengths to Chrysler, who trails the field. First quarter mile, 23 seconds as they travel up the backstretch. Skulko's Folly on top, the lead's about ahead. Over Talk to Me Jimmy on the outside, applying the heat in second. Stick Up Without a Gun towards the inside third, 4 lengths off the lead. And 7 lengths back to the trailer, that is Chrysler. The opening half in a scorching 45 3/5. Entry into the far turn. Skulko's Folly leads by a half length. Talk to Me Jimmy pressing to the outside second, then about 8 lengths back to Stick Up Without a Gun in third, and Chrysler is outside of him, now out of last, but still 10 lengths off the lead. As they arrive at the quarter pole, a struggle between Talk to Me Jimmy and Skulko's Folly. These two clear by 9 lengths over Chrysler in third. Stick Up Without a Gun's at the tail of the field as they got 3/16 to go. Skulko's Folly comes back for more towards the inside. Talk to Me Jimmy and the white blinkers on the outside. They're clear by 8. Chrysler is in third. 16th to go. Talk to Me Jimmy with the upper hand late. Skulko's Folly towards the inside. It's Talk to Me Jimmy in the New York Derby. A hard-fought win, defeating they're all on the gate. And they're off. Slow start, Just a Guy. It's Disco Dancer the Gray who barrels out for the front end. Winston D far outside. Here's peeling out at the fence up in the second. Sway the Jury, Sharp Playboy third and fourth. Winston D 4 wide fifth, 3 off the lead. 2 lengths, Dignified Response runs along in sixth. 3 parts of a length, the Ragtime Prankster seventh. A space of about 7 lengths to Fiscal Drag in second last and third last, and 3 lengths to Just a Guy is 5 lengths in front of Rev Parker in the 10th and trailing position. First quarter mile, Legitimate 22 and 3/5. Disco Dancer on the turn has a lead by a length and a half. Peeling out is All Out in second, now losing second to Sharp Playboy. Winston D challenges on the outside of that one, and then it's Ragtime Prankster deep on the course in fourth. Dignified Response, White Blinkers fifth. Fiscal Drag, Green Bridle outside six, about 8 lengths off the lead. They got 3/16 to go. Disco Dancer, Winston D gets every chance to the outside. Ragtime Prankster, and then it's Dignified Response towards the rail and outside of Fiscal Drag, wide open here, 16th to go. Dignified Response, Winston D, Fiscal Drag on the outside. It's Dignified Response. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 50 minutes to race one. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race. No changes. No changes in the lid lifter. Race 2. Number 6, the brown egg, the rider, a scant 1 pound over. Third race, do have a scratch of number 1, Samurai Legacy. Number 1, Samurai Legacy, a scratch from the third. Race number 4. No changes in the fourth. Fifth race, do have some scratches. Get the scratches out of the way first. Number 4, Tony O. Number 6, Monomoy Beach. And number 9, 2:30 a.m. Tony O, Monomoy Beach, 2:30 a.m., 4, 6, and 9 out of the fifth. Overweights, the 1, Royal Suspect. The 8, Dreams of My Father. The riders are both a scant 1 pound over. Race 6. Scratch number 5, Combatant Song. Scratch number 6, Mobella Dream. And scratch number 8, Honorable Becky. Combatant Song, Mobella Dream, Honorable Becky. 5, 6, and 8 all scratch for race 6. Seventh race. Scratch number 2, Hot Rod Hottie. Scratch number 3, Life is But a Dream. Hot Rod Hottie, Life is But a Dream. 2 and 3 out of the 7th race. Got a late work for number 6, Galilean's Girl. Workout took place at Finger Lakes, July 9th, 4 furlongs fast track. 48.20 breezing. 8th and final. No changes. No changes in the 8th and final. That's a look at scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes on a Tuesday. Don't forget about our free handicapping contest, Monday, July 27th. $1,000 in cash to the winner. Top 3 finishers get prize money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's our new rewards program here at Finger Lakes. Doesn't cost you anything to join. But our first free handicapping challenge, Monday, July 27th here at Finger Lakes. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
I'm David Tice here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We got 8 races on the card. Still recovering from yesterday. What a big day we had yesterday. New York Derby Day. We had the Derby in Oaks as well as the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Total of 3 stakes races on the card for Monday. Congratulations to all the winners, including Talk to Me Jimmy. What a we scratched down to just a few horses, but it turned out to be a great New York Derby. You talk about a match race all the way around the racetrack. Manny Franco and Jamie Rodriguez battling it out. Talk to Me Jimmy just proved to be a little bit better. Talk to Me Jimmy coming out of the Peter Pan Stakes, while the other one had just faced restricted New York breds. But actually both horses ran absolutely huge in that race. But it was Rudy Rodriguez and Manny Franco teaming up to win the New York Derby. Manny Franco actually had 2 wins on the card. So did Kevin Navarro, had 2 wins on yesterday's card. Always use that good luck cuss. Yo Banana Boy with Mike Maker, won the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes, and it was Veneta, Kendrick Carmouche, Danny Gargan winning the New York Oaks, the annual race. Ricardo Santana won on Yo Banana Boy. I was trying to come up with a name. But congratulations to all the winners of yesterday's stakes races, including the $164,000 New York Derby. It turned out to be a great race, kind of like the affirmed Alidar thing, where they go all the way around the racetrack in a like match race between the two. And it really came down to the very end of the race before Talk to Me Jimmy pulled away a little bit. I think a little over a length he ended up winning by. But they were shoulder and shoulder for most of the stretch. It was really exciting for that New York Derby. Hope everybody enjoyed it. We are going to continue Monday through Wednesday. It's going to be a little bit hotter today. I think it's going to be cool off for the rest of the week. But a little warmer today, so make sure if you're here on track, go up and get some refreshments from Shirley. Will be up there, and she'll be serving you drinks while you can enjoy some of the racing action today. Chance to make some money. I thought it was a competitive card. We start off in the first with a 11-9 claiming race, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. A lot of question marks with race number 1. One of them is the layoff for Dreamin' of Hope. She looks like the speed of the race. She looks like she's got a little more class than the rest of these at 11-9. But she is coming off the layoff. Hasn't been seen since running a Mountaineer over the winter. Very well bred. The dam was a graded stakes winner. I think it was the Prairie Meadows in I didn't realize Prairie Meadows was in Iowa. Found out something today. But Dreamin' of Hope, if she runs her race, gets the lead, and is fit enough off of this long layoff, they're not going to beat her. This trainer's been winning at a pretty good percentage this year. Look at his overall record. Anthony Adamo is 17 for 30. 26. I mean, are those numbers correct? That's a great percentage overall. I mean, maybe you have to double check those. He's like 26 for 30 in the top 3. Never heard of somebody winning at that kind of percentage. That's over 50%, and just the in the money percentage is excellent. That's in the program. I have to double check those numbers, but if so, how do you go against a trainer that's shooting like that? Goodies Girl is one of the speeds. She looks like the other speed with Dreaming of Hope. She's actually inside of Dreaming of Hope, which she's not as fast as that other rival, but maybe off the layoff, Dreaming of Hope isn't as quick as she was last year, and Goodies Girl can get the jump on her. Either way, Goodies Girl in good form right now, returning to Finger Lakes. She looks solid in victory, beating a little bit easier field last time. She didn't even get the lead in there, so she doesn't need the lead if Dreamin' of Hope does clear her early and gets a little bit tired. Looks like a 1-2 speed number, though. Tequila's got to hope that they back up. Tequila's good enough to beat these. I know it looks like a step up, but she was in for the waiver claim anyway. That's why she was running for 5. She wouldn't have run for 5 if she was unprotected. But she hit the board. She just didn't get the pace she needed the last couple starts. And that's key, because her running style is just that. She's an off-the-pace horse who's kind of at the mercy of the pace, and maybe not the best thing shortening up to 5.5, but she does have a good record at this distance. And sometimes that can be misleading when you're a closer. The longer distance, the better, where you got more footing. Sometimes that's true, especially when you're talking about how we're running 4.5 furlongs here at the beginning of the year. But with a one-run closer, sometimes they run better at 5.5 than 3/4 if the rider knows them, and it works out for them as well. Where Dreamin' of Hope and Goodies Girl back up, and maybe Moontown, who's been a little overly aggressive lately because she did win on the front end against a bad field. They may try to send her because they think it works, because they beat a bad field. It wouldn't matter what they did that race, though. So she could get involved with the speed. That could really help the chances of a closer like Tequila. I'm going to go the 5, 3, and 1 in race number 1. Okay, second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going long. A lot of these horses haven't ventured this far, and if they did, they got beat by a landslide. It was a Never a Better City. Ran, wow, 138 and 4. Way back. How long ago was that? I don't think I've seen anything close to that lately. For a mile 70. We're lucky if we get down to a 142 or 143. I don't think that track record's ever going to be broken. Well, it doesn't. You don't have to worry about it this race. Hopefully, they all can get the mile 70 here. I think St. Solomon's looks like a standout here if he runs his race, and he's tried different surfaces here. He's coming turf to dirt, but you look at the last couple times he ran for 5,000 on the dirt was at Charlestown, and he hit the board in both those races, and probably a little bit tougher fields than this one. Hard to gauge. I mean, that's a different type of racetrack. But coming off the turf here, he couldn't have caught an easier field. And since then, he's used blinkers. I'm not sure if the blinkers are helping or not, but I guess we'll find out as he drops to 5. He should be able to beat these if he runs his race. So St. Solomon on top. The Brown Egg dropped to 5 last time. Got aggressive. I mean, Perez was on the rail. He was able to shoot through. There wasn't much speed or anybody going for it, so he took the initiative and got the front. It was a tougher field. I mean, it was. You look at the top 2 finishers. Plex was like 1 to 5, and there was much the best. And I think he got unlucky because there's no way he was going to lose to Renaissance Man, who's trying to come back on again. But they ended up getting lucky, and they moved Renaissance Man up to first and DQ'd Plex. But those two are good because Renaissance Man came back. Man, the horse looked good winning his other start. So no real excuse I got for the Brown Eggs. He really didn't go that fast, but he still hung around to be third in that route race on a good racetrack. Now, you got to think that will show some speed from the rail, stretching out of the sprints. That's who I thought the inside speed might be. But if the Brown Egg decides to be aggressive and go with that horse again, and maybe he lasts a little better against this field. I like the fact that he's got some route breeding, where a few of these horses really don't have route breeding. They're probably going long just because it's an easier field when you're going long versus short, and it's usually the case here at Finger Lakes. So I like his chances, especially if St. Solomon doesn't have it. Maturation is the 4 horse. He's 8 to 1 morning line. Will add blinkers for this race. Didn't really take much money last time in the sprint when dropping in class to 5,000 and just kind of ran evenly anyway. It wasn't like he showed that much. Maybe the blinkers will help here. I think the stretch out is going to help. Not necessarily on the dam side, but the McKenzie's can go long, and I just think he's going to benefit from stretching out. And keep in mind, when he's running against maiden special weights, they weren't the strongest of fields. They were restricted 2 and 3-year-olds. This horse is still learning how to run. And when you get young horses like this who don't show much, trying to figure it out, sometimes that equipment change makes all the difference. Could work, might not work. But one thing is certain, I think this horse needs to go long. He's got absolutely no early speed. They're pushing him along, and now he gets a route, and he's bred for it. I think that's really going to help wake up maturation in this race. Time to mature and win races. I'm gonna is another one. I don't really like overall the breeding of this horse to go long. It's not the strongest for route, but again, you get easier fields when you go long. It's not like it's a 1.25 miles or a 1.5 miles. It's a 1.70 miles. And he's got an excuse. I mean, he didn't get off all that well. He hopped at the start last time. It was a sloppy racetrack. And Winston D shook loose on the front end. I mean, Winston D just ended up getting alone and wasn't coming back. A lot of times those sprints for 5,000, you get a horse on the front, nobody passes horses, and that's what happens. So he goes from chasing a lone speed to possibly being the inside speed of the race with the Brown Egg, and I think he is dangerous if they do reasonable fractions and he doesn't get pressed too hard. He's obviously knocking at the door in this condition. He's running well enough anyway to at least be right there. And if he does take to the distance and things go his way as far as the pace flow, he can win here. I've kind of lost faith in him a little bit over his last few starts, but maybe the route is what he needs. 5, 6, 4, 1. Don't love the route rating though. A few of them are like that in here. They're okay. They should be able to. They get the over 300 Thompson. They're okay at the distance. Roll of the Soul's not great. I mean, Salamini, they're okay. Same old story. Shouldn't have a problem. It's a Twirling Candy and Giants Causeway. So he's probably the best bred for the route. Doesn't have very great form though. And again, another Salamini is St. Solomon. So, but the Brown Egg is the other one with the big brown on the as the sire, along with could be an advantage. I don't think breeding matters as much when you're talking about $5,000 maidens. The better horse, especially mile 70. It's not like it's a mile and a half. So the best horse should win. Third race, scratch the 1, Samurai Legacy, and that's kind of a big scratch. He figured to be the big favorite in this $4,000 race. Now, it's as wide open as it gets. And that makes this condition fun. Now, they all pretty much ran against each other. So this is where kind of watching past races comes into play. I think the horse that got the worst of it and actually ran better than what it looks on paper is the 7, Jules in the Bay. You watch the replay, the horse got the worst of it. Was forced to check during that race. Now, I'm not saying he would have beat Charging Arrow, because Charging Arrow, the winner, was a much the best winner, and himself, that horse didn't get a very good trip. Spoken Alone probably got the best of it. That's why he was second. Rockable didn't have a great trip, but he was in position chasing where he really had no excuse overall. I thought Jules in the Bay had the biggest excuse of all the horses that were in that race. You had Starship Tango was in there, Rockable was in there, Spoken Alone. They're all in there. Every single horse in this race was in there. So that's really where it comes into play if you're deciding who you like in the race. If it's the same horses running against each other, watch the replay. See who got the worst of it. I mean, the pace flow might not be the same. Horses can improve off of that race. But I'm taking a shot here on the horse that probably got the worst trip of everybody, and that is Jules in the Bay. And what do you do with a Valuable Will? I mean, I'm not giving up on this horse. I know he's at age 10. He's not the same horse. And you see the consistency. At least at 5.5 furlongs, a couple starts back, he ran a good second behind Scales of Gold. Probably should have won that race. Last race just didn't fire at all. I mean, he was just loping in the back of the pack. You watch the race, like, bro, what are you doing back there? And that's the problem with Invaluable Will. Does he feel like running today? If he does, he can beat this field. If he doesn't, he could be last. So Invaluable Will is a very unpredictable horse. I'm kind of wondering if he's a little bit moody, because the one day last year he tried to bite the other horse, which cost him a race. So he's another one. At 4,000, he should be right there, but you never know what to expect from Invaluable Will. They're changing riders again. I mean, this is the 4th different rider in 4 starts. And I think that could be the key. If they can find a rider that fits this horse and consistently ride this horse 3 or 4 times and figure him out, I think that'll make all the world of difference for Invaluable Will in the near future. Of course, he's at age 10. How many races does he have left? Rockable, yeah, he ran okay. He shortens up to 5.5. He's right there with these horses. It was a big switch to Raylu last time, and he chased the whole way. And again, he's not going to be Charging Arrow. That horse was much the best. And Spoken Alone kind of got an easy lead in there in 23 and 47. I don't think that's going to happen again. So Rockable didn't have as good a trip as the 2 horses ahead of him, is what I'm trying to say. Got a better trip than Jules in the Bay, but that puts him in the number again, shortening up to 5.5. Hard not to use him in here. I mean, Starship Tango was in that race. He switches to Jackie. Give Me the Money might be the speed if they decide to be a little more aggressive with him. Maybe he was coming off a little bit of a layoff. Maybe he wasn't sharp enough to get the front. It looked like they sent him, and it wasn't like they went that fast and you couldn't get the lead over Smoking Alone. That's a concern. So it's pretty wide open. I wouldn't blame anybody for trying to take an all button in there. I don't know. I wouldn't love anybody as a favorite in that race, that's for sure. Okay, fourth race, an allowance race, non-winners of 2 condition. This one goes 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, Vino's Valentine knocking at the door the last couple starts against similar allowance fields. Let's say similar allowance fields. This field is probably a little bit easier. It's a questionable field. You look overall, it's almost like this horse wins by default. Valiant Warrior's off the layoff. He's the speed. Jake's Orchard's better going long. By Mink Standards is off the layoff. All of a sudden, needs to run for 11-9. Honor for Madeline's off a maiden win. He's not good enough. Sunday's Currency's an interesting one, as he's shortening up to 5.5, but hasn't won at the distance. So you put that all into play, all into your puzzle. Who wins by default? Yeah, Vino's Valentine. I mean, he ran a good second last time against Stevie Wonderful, arguably a tougher field. The race before, God's Angel kind of got away on the front end. Not the strongest of fields that race for an allowance race, but the pace flow didn't go his way. So that's the key. When you're a closer at this distance, especially short at 5.5, you kind of got to have him back up a little bit. And with this suspect field, you got to kind of wonder, now, is Valiant Warrior good enough to go all the way on the front end coming off the layoff? He's definitely the speed. I mean, he'll go first time Lasix. He'll make his first start as a 4-year-old. He's coming off the layoff since November, a long time away. But he does seem to have a tactical edge on this field. So if he's fit and sharp enough, and if inside speed's good, it seemed like it was good early yesterday, and the track kind of evened out in the second half of the card. So we'll see how it plays in here. Sunday's Currency, I mean, the route race for this horse, when he first stretched out, was really good. Was part of a 3-horse photo finish, and he was right there. Didn't get as much luck. I mean, I think he didn't want to be on the lead. The next race, he was sent to the front end and just didn't know what to do being out there. And some horses, they're still learning. These young horses, you do something that they're not used to, it's almost like they panic. Usually it's good when you're a front speed horse and you're on the lead and you get 49 or 50, you go all the way. But the one thing that, as gamblers you don't see is sometimes horses, they're just not used to being out there. You see a horse make an early move in the stretch, and then he kind of picks up his feet looking for help. He's not used to it. It's something that's got to be trained into him, or else just from experience. And maybe that's the case for Sunday's Currency. Just didn't want to be on the front end. Well, at 5.5 today, he's going to have some options. I mean, Jackie's outside, and when looking inside, she's going to see Valley Warrior go to the lead, and she's going to have to stalk and hope that one stops and make a run. But this horse is running better than how he looks on paper, and I think he can be a big top 3 threat in here. Distance is a little bit short, though, I think, for Sunday's Currency. I like the race he ran going long. Just don't put him on the front. Fifth race, an 11-9 claimer going to mile 70. We did get a few scratches in here, and they're a key one, especially 2:30 a.m. look to be one of the strong pace factors. Monomoy Beach and Tony O both out. And even before the scratches, I mean, you're not going to get 6-1 on Uranium. Our handicapper was up shopping again up there. The Uranium, though, takes a drop and stretches and stays going long. Actually, it's a slight stretch out to mile 70. But coming off a good number last time, this is a bigger drop than what it looks. I mean, those optional claiming allowance races for 30,000, I mean, you're getting some of the best sprinters on the ground when we have those races. I mean, look at it. I mean, King's Leap was up for Horse of the Year. That horse ran behind Drake's Passage, who would easily beat this field. You look at some of the other horses he's up against. He ran a good second against a pretty good one in a sprint 3 starts ago. This is way different. I mean, you're dropping in to a beaten 11-9. A lot of horses come up from 5,000 to run for 11-9, or come down from just a regular lifetime condition or state break condition and run against these. But this horse has been up against some really, really tough customers. This is a significant drop. And the question is, how good is he? I know he didn't hit the board last time behind Drake's Passage, but the fact that he's beaten only a few lengths by Drake's Passage makes him the winner of this race. I don't love the post, but I'm going to use him on top. Freedsdale appears to be the speed of the race, and Freedsdale is very dangerous as the speed of the race. He got pressed last time into defeat, and if he's allowed to be alone out there, you look at his 2 starts this year. His first start was off the layoff. He actually did get things his way, but he couldn't last in the slop, mainly because it was the first start off the layoff. Tough to go a mile off the layoff here at Finger Lakes. Well, his next start, he got pressed in defeat. So today, I don't think that's going to happen. He might be able to control the pace in here, depending on what Royal Suspect does coming out of the sprint race. You know, that horse has got some speed and was off for some time. But if Freedsdale clears here, they may have a tough time catching him. Good shot in here. Dreams of My Father, I don't know how good this horse is. I mean, he absolutely dominated the conditions slightly easier than these and was facing tougher running in New York before arriving here. His other race here was 4.5, and that was too short. The time wasn't great. The number wasn't great for his last race, so it's tough to gauge how good he actually is. But these Melanie Giddings horses are really good, the ones that she sends to New York, and I can't not use this horse in the top 3 after he won so easily last time. And he'll probably be the favorite in here. You know, just off of the win. I'll throw in Royal Suspect for 4. This is a race where he's probably going to get overlooked. This horse, when he's on a roll, he owns the starter allowance conditions going long. As before Olazabal got going, obviously, but he was the one that was winning the starter allowance conditions before Olazabal decided to dominate the starter allowance conditions. Well, he's only had one under his belt after a layoff since August, and we know how good this horse can be. He's run against some good ones going long, and he's certainly capable. And his sprint race, his tightener wasn't that bad anyway. 10-5-8-1 in race number 5. I can see any of those 4 horses winning, to be honest with you. 6th race, scratch the 5, 6, and 8. Tricky race. Man, I would love banking silver if Immigration Law wasn't in the race. I still like the horse on top, but he's going to have to deal with Immigration Law. Immigration Law looks like the inside speed. You know, he's going to be going for the front. Baking Silver is going to have some natural speed coming out of sprint races. So the question is going to be, what is the tactics for this horse? She really looked good in victory last time. It almost looked like she was getting a little bit better with each start here. Finger Lakes getting acclimated to the surroundings here. I like the breeding on this horse. She's got a big number for the route. So a Liam's Map out of a Dam by Spitesound, she should absolutely love the extra distance, and that's why I stuck with her. I don't necessarily like the pace flow with Immigration Law in the race, but when you look at the rest of this field, and nobody's really running out of their shoes, running big numbers here, Banky Silver just might be the best horse, and with the breeding on her, that hints that she really wants to go long, I'm going to go with her on top. She's going to be tough. It'll be very tough. Then it's just a matter of who I like for second. I mean, it's hard to really like anybody in here. Saratoga Sunset didn't beat anything in a maiden race. I like the fact that Iska Bibble, I don't even know how to say that horse's name. I like the fact that she's an honest mischief, but her numbers aren't overwhelming. She broke her maiden for 16, although she looked good doing it. Immigration Law, I don't know if she can last on the front end. Queen Sally's the good one to use for second. I mean, Ralph D'Alessandro will probably run these horses like an entry. You know, one's a speed, one's a closer. Immigration Law is going to be on the front. I mean, whether he does or not, Immigration Law is going to be on the front. She's natural speed. But Queen Sally's last race for a mile wasn't that good. I think it's a positive sign that they're coming back with this horse going long. So that hints to me that it wasn't the distance that was the problem for Queen Sally. if they're going to try her again and go in mile 70. So I would expect improvement from her today, and maybe she could pass some of these horses that are chasing Immigration Law and Banking Silver. Yeah, Ishka Bibble, the one horse, got to use her. I mean, she's the new face in the crowd. The other ones, yeah, so is Lanchura, but her form isn't that good. Saratoga Sunset, like I said, beat absolutely nothing after being crushed by Banking Silver a race before. So I think by default, that puts Ifka Bibble in the top three. Good luck to the announcer on that one. I can't even say that horse's name. All right, let's look at the 7th race. Scratch the 2, and this is a huge scratch because this horse would have been a heavy, heavy favorite in everybody's single. Hot Rod Hottie is out. I don't think they were going to beat that horse. It also scratched the 3. Life is but a dream, merrily, merrily. I think the scratch is, I think it helps Galilean's Girl. Because I think Hot Rod Hottie was going to just send to the front end in there and be gone. Now, with that horse scratched, I think the horses that benefit the most are probably Galilean's Girl and Shaman Princess, who's outside of her, who's the one that's probably going to try to keep her honest. But Galilean's Girl now looks like the speed of the race. And she's coming off the turf. She actually didn't run that badly in that turf race. I know that she only beat, what was it, 5 or 6 horses? She really only beat 1 horse. But considering the competition in the New York Stallion Series race, she lost by 7. It's not a bad effort. I think she was a little bit ambitiously placed, but they do get a check for finishing 4th, so it does work out. She took advantage of a speed favor in Racetrack the race before where she shot out to the front end and the other speed didn't really go with her. So it's a little dressed up how she ran, but she was off a layoff, and I think today, with the lack of pace in here, she can beat Shaman Princess to the lead and tough to catch. The one that's going to try to chase her down is the 5 Alpine Giant. She was questionable whether she would take to the dirt. She handled it just fine. Now, we scratched a couple of these 3-year-olds out of here. I was going to say she's got an advantage of being a little bit more seasoned as 4, but with the scratches, they're actually more older horses than younger horses, other than Galilean's Girl, of course, and Ruby's for Olivia. She's coming off a good-looking win. At least she showed that she can run on the dirt. That's what's big about that. And Life is But a Dream is no slouch. That's the horse that she beat that scratched out of here. So she's a logical horse, especially if she can improve off that race. The only problem I had with that race is it fell apart. And the horses from off the pace came up. I mean, she was closer to the pace than the other ones closing, like Life is But a Dream was coming further back. But they were all taking advantage of a 21 and change first quarter. I think she could improve off of the race, though, now that she's getting used to the dirt surface. Another horse who I expect to improve and improve a lot is the one Spun Size. They're going to take the blinkers back off. They got to figure out if they want to run with blinkers, don't want to run with blinkers. At least she did win without blinkers going back to Saratoga, but that was more because she ran in the slop. This is a true off-track lover. So I hope they're not looking at that when making an equipment decision. But because both of her career wins, you look at her overall record, both of her career wins have occurred on off tracks. So she's a true mud horse. With that said, she's also been running against tough competition, and I think she can come running late and improve her last race, getting a race over the track, and maybe be in the top 3. I mean, this barn is on fire. This barn has been winning at a high percentage lately. There's a few barns that just are. You know, barns get hot. The Dana Saul barn won 3 races in a day last week. Her barn's heated up. Rachel Sell's barn, that barn is heated up. And the Charlton Baker barn, that's the other one that's just going really well. And of course, John Buckley barn, always going well. And you mentioned Jeremiah. He hasn't run much this year, but Jeremiah's won at a pretty good percentage as well. Trends don't always continue forever, though. Remember that with some of these trainers. It changes. Same with the jockeys. Kaber Koa had a good couple of weeks. Andre Worry had a good couple of weeks. Then you see Ray Lugutierrez Jackie or well the other top riders like Perez have good weeks. It's just the conditions that your horses are in and who you ride for. You gotta have the horses. That's how it goes. Eighth race is the last race on the card, and love to finish with a good wide open race. You probably want to spread out here. I mean, you look at it overall. I mean, Lollipops is probably the horse to beat. She's an honest mischief, but she's off a layoff since August. Tough to have faith in her. You got Lady Banker, goes from 6 furlongs to 5.5. That's going to help her cause, but she'll get pressed. I'm going to land on the 4 Treehouse. A little bit of price for Melanie Giddings with Chris Elliott. I like the maiden victory. I know it was a maiden claimer in New York, but she won convincingly that race. And then she tried 4.5 furlongs, which is just simply way too short for her. Last race, she was never in it. She tried sending and ended up fading pretty badly in that race. She was off a little bit of a layoff, so maybe she just got a little tired. So moving to 11-9 here is considered a drop in class. And numbers-wise, you look at that maiden victory, that's good enough to beat this field. Maybe she can repeat it. I got her on top. The one Lady Banker, yeah, she's the inside speed. She shortens up to 5.5. Obvious contender. So is Lollipops. I mean, Lollipops got the numbers, horse to beat, got the class. She was claimed in her last race at Saratoga. Everything to like about her, except for the lack of activity. She's only had the one start in August after being off since early in the summer, and she hasn't run since. I don't know what to do with her. I'm going to use her. Candice Dandy's another interesting one because she drops in class off of a decent effort. She won for fun when she broke her maiden for 5,000 in the slop. So she's better than she looks. She's been overmatched, especially last time against allowance horses. Those are my picks for today. Hope you enjoy your day. Make sure you stay cool out there. Again, go up to the wires. Go see Shirley. She'll make you some soda. Mountain Dew, Pepsi, whatever. It's usually better to drink water, though, on hot days. We continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live day will be tomorrow with the 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
On the track, first race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Tequila and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Hypno Currency, Luis Perez. Number 3, I'll go to the 4, Moontown, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5, Dreaming of Hope, Cabercoa. Number 6, Bayou Melody and Emmanuel De Diego. And there's the 3 goodies girl on the turn. Andre Worry, the riding assignment. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. First race in just a few minutes. Two minutes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 1 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares to go 5.5 furlongs. Track is fast. Sunny skies, warm temperatures, a little bit more wind here at Finger Lakes today. Right now, helping the horses up the backstretch and hindering in the home stretch. Moontown goes in, Dreaming of Hope, and Bayou Melody to the outside. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Bayou Melody, Moontown, Dreaming of Hope. These three go out for the front end. Goody's Girl, White Blinker settles in fourth to the outside of Hypnocurrency, and Tequila's at the back of the pack and about 7 lengths off the lead. Dreaming of Hope clears off by 1.5 lengths too, over Bayou Melody, prompting outside second. Goody's Girl up the inside third, Moontown fourth. 3.5, 4 off the lead, then 1.5 lengths to Hypnocurrency second last, and a gap of 2 to Tequila, who's under pressure at the tail of the field. First quarter mile, 22 2/5, 2.5 furlongs to go. Dreaming of Hope and Bayou Melody first and second, and clear by 5. Over Goody's Girl to the inside of Moontown third and fourth. Hypnocurrency behind those two in fifth, and Tequila trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Dreaming of Hope is homeward bound, comes off the turn leading by 2. Bayou Melody shaken up in second. Hypnocurrency the outside of Goody's Girl. Further out is Moontown. 16th to go. It's Dreaming of Hope who's clear by 3. Moontown on the outside up into second, but it's Dreaming of Hope in the opener at Finger Lakes. Moontown second, very close for third between Hypnocurrency and Bayou Melody. Five, 4, 6, 2. In the opener at Finger Lakes, 5, 4, 6, 2. Dreaming of Hope first. Back to the winner's circle. Number 5, Dreaming of Hope. Kentucky bred, 5-year-old Duck Brown mare by Mastery out of size. Icon Racing owns. Anthony Adamo trains. Caber Koa, the winning jockey. Raffini Farm, bred Dreaming of Hope. Did have a claim from race number 1. Number 4, Moontown claim. New owner, Windy Lee Farm. Jonathan Buckley, new trainer. We'll get to the prices first, then we'll do the announcement. $4.96 the Windy Mutual, exacta $47.16, trifecta $67.54, dime super $42.93. I want to remind everyone there is a pasta dinner to benefit Finger Lakes Thoroughbred adoption program to be held tomorrow between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. in the Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack Paddock Room. Pre-sales $12 for adults, $8 for kids, and that goes up by $5 more if you purchase at the door. You can get your pre-sale tickets at the Finger Lakes Tap Barn or at the track main office. Dinner includes spaghetti, meatballs, bread, salad, drink, and dessert. Dine in or take out. The pasta for the ponies. There will also be music provided by Brent Bond. Pasta for the ponies tomorrow afternoon at the Racetrack Paddock Room here at Finger Lakes. Race 2 at Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes, win, play, show. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in 20 minutes at 1:24 p.m.
All right, we get ready for race number 2, and no doubt about that winner. Anthony Adamo keeps that high percentage going and gets a victory, and really no anxious moments. That horse shot out to the front end, and really, I don't think there was any point in that race you thought that horse was going to lose. Caber Koa aboard for the easy victory despite the layoff. She was just much the best. Second race, mile 70, 5,000 maiden claimer. And we'll look at some of the main contenders in here. Start with the 5, St. Solomon. St. Solomon was running for 5,000 at Charlestown and hit the board in both of those races. Then tried the turf, and actually over the last 3 starts, his best race was when he was off the turf. So not sure if this horse actually took to the turf. He does have some turf breeding in there, but don't think that he liked the turf. So you throw the turf races out, and he's running at this level here against our Finger Lakes competition. I think he figures to be awfully tough in here, and he's going to be a short price. He's right now at odds of even money. The other horse getting bet is the one who could be the inside speed of the race. There's just a question of the distance and if this horse is going to be pressed. If they were coming back going 5.5 or 6 furlongs off the trouble last time at the start, you might like the horse, but there is some question marks with the pace flow and the distance for because you got to think the brown egg from the outside may also show some speed, but this horse has had some bad racing luck, but he's always been right there since arriving here. He's been no worse than 4th in his 3 starts here at Finger Lakes, and he did chase a lone speed winner in that sprint race in Winston D. Today he's the inside speed of the brown egg. Yeah, the brown egg is the other speed from the outside. He added blinkers last race, so I think that maybe put a little more speed and focus into him. He really no excuse in the race, except for it was a tougher field than this one with Plex and Renaissance Man, who's gotten good lately. But he lasted a long way. It was his first time wearing the blinkers and dropping to 5,000, so he deserves another chance, especially this barn has been on fire the last couple weeks. So another one to consider is the brown egg in race number 2. Maturation could be one that could pick up some pieces. He's going to try adding blinkers for this race. He's only had 4 starts. One of them, the route, didn't fare too well in that one, but this will be the first time since adding Lasix that he's gone long, plus he'll have blinkers on, going long. There's every room to improve, and he shouldn't mind the extra yardage being by McKenzie. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 6 minutes to post.
On the track race 2 at Finger Lakes, number 1 is I'm Gonna, Laird Bailey aboard. Number 2 is Roll of the Soul. We'll go with the 3. Same old story, Oscar Gomez. Number 4 is Maturation, Kevin Navarro. Number 5, St. Solomon, Cabracoa. Number 6, The Brown Egg, Luis Perez. And we'll find the 2, Roll the Soul, up the stretch with Chris Russell. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 1 mile and 70 yards. Even money on number 5, St. Solomon. No, this thing, they got to replace it. I mean, it's just, but roll the soul. Yeah, so. Oh, there we go. You heard. So, scratch. Yeah, it needs to be replaced.
As soon as you didn't reply to me, I knew to come over and tell you.
Yes. Thank you. Late scratch, scratch number 2, roll the soul. Number 2, roll the soul is a late scratch in the second race. Apologize, I had a little bit of communication issues. Had to get those sorted out. Scratch the 2, roll the soul from this second race. Once again, scratch the 2, roll the soul down to a field of 5. Got injured at the gate. Loading up here, race 2. Maturation. St. Solomon. And the brown egg to the outside. 6-5 on St. Solomon. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Maturation who's setting out for the lead. The brown egg on his outside. Then it's Same Old Story, and I'm Gonna towards the rail. And St. Solomon is at the back of the pack as they take on that first turn. The brown egg able to clear off at a sensible pace. The lead's about 2 lengths. Maturation, I'm Gonna, second and third. Same Old Story, 3 wide fourth, in a space of 3 lengths to St. Solomon, who brings up the rear. As they angle on to the backstretch, the brown egg, first quarter, 24 3/5. The brown egg leads by 2. Maturation is a clear-cut second, then another couple lengths to I'm Gonna to the inside of Same Old Story, third and fourth. And St. Solomon is deep on the course, but starting to advance from the back of the pack, only about 4.5 lengths off the lead. The half in 49 seconds, less than a half mile to go. The Brown Egg, the lead's a length and a half. Maturation outside second. I'm Gonna tries to probe through at the fence in third. Here's St. Solomon ranging up to the outside. Was fifth, now third, 2 lengths off the lead. And Same Old Story is outside of I'm Gonna at the back. Midway on the far turn, the Brown Egg has led basically every step of the way. Maturation splitting rivals. St. Solomon outside in third, 3 across the track as they reach the top of the stretch. Same Old Story within striking range in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. 3 across the track, they're in upper stretch. Maturation now assumes command. St. Solomon the immediate danger on the outside as the Brown Egg relegated back to third. Same Old Story fourth in deep stretch. It's Maturation close to home. Maturation will grind out a win over St. Solomon. The Brown Egg third, Same Old Story fourth. Four, 5, 6, 3. Number 4, Maturation first. Miles 70 yards, 146.62. You are reminded there was a late scratch right before the second race of number 2, Roll of the Soul. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Maturation. New York bred, 3-year-old Bay County by McKinsey out of American Lynx. Windy Lee Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Windy Lee Farm, New York LLC, bred Maturation. $18.18, the Winnie Mutual. Consolation double 520, regular double $75.76, exacta $46.98, 50-cent try $50.74, dime super $23.27. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, Samurai Legacy. Number 1 is out, exacta trifecta. Superfacta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. A pick 4 starts on race 3, 22 minutes to race number 3. Post time scheduled at 1:59 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 3, and that horse was overlooked by many at the odds of 8-1. Kevin Navarro with a couple wins yesterday. He gets another victory there with maturation for trainer John Buckley. Addition of blinkers may have been the key. Scratch the 1, Samurai Legacy, kind of a key scratch in here. Figured to be the inside speed. And look, this race is as wide open as they come, and that's why these bottom 4,000 claimers are so much fun to play, because really you're not going to get a strong favorite. You're going to get some value. We've had some good prices when we've run this condition, a couple big long shots earlier in the year. The one thing about this race is they all ran this in the same race last time. I'll come back in the same condition, so at least you can watch some replays and go to school on this race. See who got the worst of the trips, the best of the trips, and the pace flow. One of the things I noticed from watching the race, and you probably will too if you're watching replays, is the 7 Jules in the Bay probably got the worst of the trips. That doesn't mean he was going to win, but for the price, maybe he's worth playing back after encountering the trouble that he did and still losing by a little over 3. Now, Charging Arrow, the horse that won the race, was a ton the best horse. So it's almost like that horse moves on, and you get the also rans that are running together here. And again, it makes it a fun handicapping race where I'm going to take the horse that had the troubled trip in Jules in the Bay on top at a little bit of a price. He's right now 7-2 after his 6-1 morning line. The 2 horse of Valuable Will is another one that could improve. He's an every other horse. I mean, his race going 5.5 furlongs, he just missed in arguably a tougher field. Now, last race just didn't fire at all. I mean, he came out from the rail and he was just far back, sluggish, and just never really in the race. It was like he was running a different race. Well, he's at age 10, so you never know what to expect from Invaluable Will as far as his consistency. But on his game, he would beat these. I guess that's what you get with these 4,000 claimers. A little inconsistency. That's why they're running for 4,000. And that one is no different. The 5 Rockable didn't have a great trip. I mean, he's stuck on the inside chasing. Listen, none of them were going to be Charging Arrow. Smoking Alone got the best of it as he was able to inherit the lead in 47 and change. So he was able to hang around and almost pull off the upset. Rockable's chasing a little bit more, trying to close on that 47 as everybody else. So to me, Smoking Alone had the best of it when they ran against each other. Jules in the Bay got the worst of it. Rockable and Starship Tango didn't really have it that great either, trying to stalk and pounce. So those are a couple of the other ones you consider in here. But man, to narrow this race down, can you really eliminate anybody? One thing you say about Gimme the Money, he's the longest shot on the board and really the only one in double digits. He came in from Parks last time off a little bit of a layoff, so he might have been a little bit dull. He's a speed. He's really a speed. He just wasn't able to get out there against Smoking Alone. But he's faster than Smoking Alone if he runs a little sharper today. So he's another one to consider in race number 3, which is as wide open as they come. Exactitry Super Daily Double Pick 3, and the Pick 4 starts in here. Again, scratch the 1, Samurai Legacy.
Number 7, Jules in the Bay, wore blinkers last time out and will wear blinkers again today. That's for number 7, Jules in the Bay. Horses coming on the track for race number 3, Scratch the 1. Number 2, Invaluable Will and Nasario Alvarado partners up. Number 3, Gimme the Money and Joel Cruz. Number 4, Smokin' Alone and Oscar Gomez. Number 5, Rockable, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Starship Tango, Jackie Davis. And number 7, Jules in the Bay and GM Rohina. Number 7, Jules in the Bay, wore blinkers last time out and will wear blinkers again today. Post time, race 3 in just a few minutes. Third race starts a 50-cent pick 4. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5. Start of a 50-cent pick 4 wager. No strong betting favorite in here. Currently 2-1, number 6, Starship Tango. But 4 of the 6 in here between 2-1 and 7-2. Loading up race 3. Two more left to load, Rockable and Starship Tango. 6-5, Starship Tango. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Bad hop in the air at the start. Jules in the Bay. It's Smokin' Alone who zips out for the lead. Give me the money up the inside. Rockable splits rivals up into a joint second. Starship Tango 3 wide fourth, 2 off the lead. And then 2 lengths to Invaluable Will to the inside of Jules in the Bay. One big cluster, about 4 lengths from top to bottom. Half mile to go. Smokin' Alone leads this group into the turn. Has the lead by a half length. Rockable, Starship Tango outside second and third. Invaluable Will ranges up 4 wide fourth, a length off the lead. Jules in the Bay 3 lengths off the pace, but very deep on the course. And Give Me the Money now has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Rockable and Starship Tango and Rockable dueling on the front end as Smokin' Alone now drops back. Invaluable Will, red blinkers on the outside. Jules of the Bay, grandstand side up to the top 4 and closing in with Invaluable Will. 1 furlong to go. Starship Tango has headed Rockable. Smokin' Alone tries to come back for more. Jules of the Bay on the grandstand side. They're in deep stretch and it's Smokin' Alone. Starship Tango, Jules in the Bay. Jules in the Bay defeats Starship Tango. Then it was Smokin' Alone and Rockable. Number 7, Jules in the Bay, first. Number 6, Starship Tango, second. Third, number 4, Smoking Alone. Fourth, number 5, Rockable. 7, 6, 4, 5. To the winner's circle, number 7, Jules in the Bay. Pennsylvania bred, 7-year-old bay gelding by Bulls Bay out of Tiara. Louis Bissot Jr., Michael Lassesi, and Gilbert Knapp, the owners. Michael Lassesi is the trainer. GM Rohina, the winning jockey. Howard Roger Brown Jr., bred Jules in the Bay. It's official. $7.34, the winning mutual. Daily double, $74.28. Exacta, $23.06. 50-cent trifecta, $27.60. Dime super, $10.62. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race 4 in 21 minutes at 2:29 p.m. Another reminder that tomorrow there is a pasta dinner to benefit the Finger Lakes Thoroughbred Adoption Program, Pasta for the Ponies. Live music provided by Brent Bond. It's from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the Finger Lakes Racetrack Paddock Room. Pre-sale, $12 for adults, $8 for kids. At the door, price goes up $5, $17 for adults, $13 for kids. Pre-sale tickets purchased at the Finger Lakes Tap Barn or at the track main office. You get spaghetti, meatballs, bread, salad, drink, dessert, dine in or take out. For more details, you can go to www.fltap.org.
All right, getting ready for race number 4. I think I killed the price on that horse. Jules in the Bay got the rough trip last time, was able to get a little better trip today. But let's face it, there were 3 or 4 of them that had a chance to win that race. That's why those races are so much fun with that beaten 4. They were all evenly matched, and it showed. They're all right there at the wire, but it was Jules in the Bay, and that was Jose Rojino. First win of the year for Mike Lassesi. Congratulations to him, our HBPA president. 4th race, never won 2 allowance condition. Not a lot of pace in here. It does look to come from the 2, Valiant Warrior. And the question is, will Vino's Valentine have enough pace to run at? Went off at odds of 54-1 against allowance horses going 6 furlongs last time. Today, he's going to be one of the favorites. Right now, he's at 8-5 or 9-5. So it just shows. I mean, they didn't expect much from him in a much tougher field, but that's how tough the field came up. Now, gray-haired Gus, the horse that was 3rd in that race, finished right behind him, stretched out and won yesterday. So it turns out to be a good race. Stevie Wonderful would be favored against these, and he wasn't far off of that one. Clearly knocking at the door, same condition. If he figures to be tough for Loaiza, it's just a matter of getting something to run at. The speed comes from the 2, Valiant Warrior. But he's questionable because he's off a layoff since November. But he'll try to go as far as he can on the front end. He broke his maiden against special weights going this distance, 5.5, when he got the lead. He shouldn't have any trouble getting the lead against these horses. There really isn't any early speed in here. All of a sudden, he's not even close to as fast as he is. So it's his race to lose on the front end. It's just a matter of will he come up short coming off the layoff since November. But he does go first-time Lasix to make his first start as a 4-year-old. He's a square price at 5-1. Again, he's got the tactical edge, but he's coming off the layoff. Good news, bad news. Sunday's currency for 3rd. Jackie Davis climbs aboard today. I don't know about the short distance. 5.5 will be a little bit short for him. He did run the distance as a 2-year-old, but 5.5 against 2-year-olds is like 7 furlongs here over the older horses, because it's just like a marathon when you're going 6 furlongs or longer for 2-year-olds. But this year, he's really come around as a 3-year-old running against the older horses. His best race was going a mile. He was part of a 3-horse photo finish with a couple good ones in the condition, Instant Success and Sweet Tone. I don't think he wanted to be on the front end. It didn't look like it. The next time he tried a mile, sometimes horses get like that. They don't know what to do when they're out there, and I think he just stopped. So, at 5.5, he's not going to be anywhere near the front anyway, so it's going to be more of a stalk and pounce type thing, and he's definitely a top 3 threat in race number 4. We're going to start the pick 5, the late one with this race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available.
On the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes, number 1 is by Mink Standards and Joel Cruz. Number 2 is Valiant Warrior and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Vino's Valentine, Luis Perez. Number 4, Jake's Orchard, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, All of a Suddenly, and Jose Baez. Number 6, Honor for Mandan, GM Rohina. And number 7, Sunday's Currency, Jackie Davis, the jockey. Post time in just a few. Two minutes. Horses at the gate, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 5.5. Valiant Warrior going up. Vino's Valentine. Two to 1 on both the 3, Vino's Valentine, and number 7, Sunday's Currency. Jake's Orchard goes in, All of a Suddenly. Then Honor for Mandan and Sunday's Currency. They're all on the gate. And they're off. All of a suddenly dashing out for the lead. Valiant Warrior towards the inside gets that lead. Vino's Valentine's in between horses in second, then in fourth by Mink Standards. Urged to keep up and about 4 off the lead. A space of 3 back to Sunday's Currency in fifth, passing Jake's Orchard, and a space of 4 to Honor for Mandan, who's at the back of the pack. They're on the turn. It's Valiant Warrior who's cleared off by 3 open lengths. Vino's Valentine in pursuit in second. All of a suddenly contends outside third by Mink Standards, dropping back in fourth, replaced by Sunday's Currency. 5 lengths to Jake's Orchard, who's 4 lengths in front of Honor for Mandan, who's at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Valiant Warrior, the first to face us. Vino's Valentine comes to tackle on the outside, and Vino's Valentine goes right on by Valiant Warrior in upper stretch. Third place, All of a Suddenly, Sunday's Currency, standside by Mink Standards towards the inside. Fifth, 16th to go. It's Vino's Valentine has got this race lock, stock, and barrel. Vino's Valentine wins by 4. Second goes to Sunday's Currency, close for third. All of a Suddenly to the outside of by Mink Standards. Number 3, Vino's Valentine was first. It's a photo for second, 5.5 and 104.95. To the winner's circle, number 3, Vino's Valentine. Florida bred, 4-year-old bay colt by Vino Rosso out of Defining Moment. Louis Sirianni, the owner. Ilmar Loaiza, the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Gagliardi, Nielsen, Tips. And Maharg Management, bred, Vino's Valentine. Second goes to the 7, Sunday's Currency. Third, number 5, All of a Suddenly. Fourth, number 1, by Mink Standards. 3751. $9.38 the Winnie Mutual, fourth race official, double $33.24, exacta $24.26, trifecta $24.83, dime super $13.36, pick three $95.65. Race 5 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 4 Tony O, the 6 Monomoy Beach, and number 9 2:30 a.m. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time, race 5 in 22 minutes at 3:01 p.m.
Getting ready for race number 5, and yeah, Vino's Valentine. What a price on that horse, man! Late money was definitely not right on that one. Vino's Valentine should have been like 3 to 5 in there. Went off at odds of 7 to 2 off the second place finish behind Stevie Wonderful. Go figure. But sometimes you get value. Louis Perez for Ilmar Loaiza, much the best in the 4th. 5th race will start the late pick 4. Scratch the 4, 6, and 9. Current favor is the 8 Dreams of My Father. You know, you can't blame anybody for playing this horse. 2 starts over the track. One of them was too short, going 4.5 furlongs, ran 3rd. But the last race, going a route, he won pretty easily. He wasn't the fastest of times or the best number, but he did what he had to do and dominated that field. So he moves to the next logical spot, and he's definitely a threat. I used him 3rd. Just thought that Uranium, the 10, comes out of a better race. So, you know, a chance for Ilmar Loaiza double here with Vino's Valentine and Uranium. Yeah, this one not really getting bet that much either. I mean, the morning line's a little high at 6 to 1 for a horse that's coming out of a $30,000 optional claiming allowance against Drake's Passage and King's Leap. I mean, those horses would dominate this field, and he's only losing by 5 lengths to much better horses. So if he can keep that form, and especially the Tampa form that he had, and run against this much reduced level, 11 to 9, he figures to be awfully formidable in this spot. He's 3 to 1. The 5 horse is Freedsdale. He's the speed. He's the one they're going to have to catch. And maybe he holds on better today. His first start off the layoff, probably needed, and still held on to be a good second behind Catch a Smoke. And then last time got pressed. And they went quick, and that was his undoing. He actually hung in there a while with the pressure before finally giving it up. So it really is how the pace flow goes early if this horse can last on the front end. But he's certainly dangerous with his front speed, and he's the one they're going to have to catch in this race, making him automatically a big factor and big player. The 1 horse is Royal Suspect. He's the possible other speed if he decides to be aggressive coming out of sprints. He can do either. We've seen a Royal Suspect go to the lead. We've seen him sit just off. But he's got the rail here, so it'll be interesting to see what he does about Freedsdale if he lets that horse clear or sits just off him, because that's the only speed in the race. This horse is by Animal Kingdom, so you know he wants to go a lot further than the 6 furlongs last time. And that was just a tightener. This horse had been off since August of last year. Might be in business today. And he's a big price. For a horse that used to dominate the starter condition, just ran 4th in the George Barker, to be 15 to 1 in here, man, that is certainly a good proposition. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Late Pick 4 starts in the 5th. Scratch the 4, 6, and 9.
Coming on the track, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4, 6, and 9. Number 1 is Royal Suspect and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Stop the Spread and Luis Perez. Number 3, Tapazar's Temper, Jeremias Flores. Number 5 is Freedsdale and Cabercoa. Number 7, Unbridled Bomber, Luis Pena. Number 8 is Dreams of My Father, Chris Elliott, the rider. And number 10, Uranium and Raylu Gutierrez. Post time in just a few minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 1 mile and 70 yards. Condition claiming race. 2 to 1 of both number 8, Dreams of My Father, and number 10, Uranium. Stop the Spread. Tapazar's Temper, Freedsdale, Unbridled Bomber. Dreams of My Father. Uranium to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It Stopped the Spread, who zips out for the front. Freedsdale. Royal Suspect kicks on through towards the inside. Uranium will be very wide around that first turn, as it's Dreams of My Father is sandwiched in between horses. The back two markers, Tapazar's Temper is about a length in front of Unbridled Bomber, who's at the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn. Royal Suspect has the lead by a head over Stop the Spread in second. Freedsdale stalks in third, two off the lead. And then in fourth, Dreams of My Father, who's 2 lengths in front of Uranium, who's mid-flight in fifth. A length and a half back to Unbridled Bomber, who's out of last. And Tapazar's Temper relegated to the seventh in trailing position. Up the backstretch, Stop the Spread sticks the head in front of Royal Suspect. Freedsdale outside third, 2.5 off the lead, and is to the outside of Dreams of My Father is towards the inside. Another length to Uranium, getting on track from mid-pack. Now up into fourth, 2.5 off the lead. Unbridled Bomber winding up for the back, but 4 wide on the far turn, and Tapazar's Tempered still trails the field. Freedsdale takes over from Stop the Spread. Uranium's on the outside of the red blinkers, a length and a half off the lead in second, but is under heavy pressure. And then it's Unbridled Bomber stuck out very wide into the stretch in fourth as they turn into the lane. It's Freedsdale homeward bound, has the lead by 3.5, 4 lengths. Stop the Spread's a clear-cut second. Uranium, Unbridled Bomber, Tapazar's Temper, third, fourth, and fifth, but way off the leader, and that leader is Freedsdale. Freedsdale will give jockey Cabercoa 2 wins on the card. Stop the Spread second, Unbridled Bomber gets third, Uranium fourth. Five, 2, 7, 10. Number 5, Freedsdale was first. Miles 70 yards, 143.34. There was a claim in the 5th race, number 10, Uranium. New owner trainer Anthony Ferrero. The 10 Uranium claimed out of the 5th. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Freedsdale. New York bred. 5-year-old bay gunny by Reedsdale out of Sumi Zomi. Everything's Cricket Racing. Owner breeder M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. Cabercoa with a riding double today. And it's official. $7.86. The winning mutual, double $46.12. Super, $125.81. Pick three, $50.40. Exacta, $93.12. Trifecta, $177.11. Pick five, five of five, $2,118.47 for five of five. Race 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, Combatant Song. The 6, Mobella Dream, and number 8, Honorable Becky. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 Wagering. Post time race number 6 in about 22 minutes at 3:33 p.m.
All right, horses are coming in the paddock for race number 6, and kind of like the tactics of the 5 Freesdale. Expected that horse to be the speed. He's been the speed, but they tried something a little different. It worked out because a couple horses got out there and started dueling, including Royal Suspect, who was a little too aggressive from the rail, and that put Freesdale in the perfect position to stalk and take over at the top of the stretch, and then wouldn't have to make that run at the end where he's not passing horses. So it was a good job by Caber Coa to get that victory for M. Anthony Ferraro. Kind of helped as an easier field too, but that horse pretty good and just runs consistently well, and he showed the versatility by the sit and pounce effort today. An allowance race of the 6s for fillies and mares never won 2 condition, going a mile 70. Let's start with the 7 Bank and Silver. Now there's some scratches in here, key scratches. You got Combatant Song, Mobella Dream, and Honorable Becky. At least 2 of the 3 I would have used in my top 4, so they certainly played. Banking Silver, coming off a big number last time, finally put it together in won in the sloppy racetrack. Question is, can she repeat that effort going long on a fast track? There's a big question mark with that, but she's got the best breeding in the field for route, and the stretch out should not be a problem for Banking Silver. The tactics might be. She's got speed, but you do have a speed horse inside of her in Immigration Law. You know what that horse is going to do, because she's only got one way of going, and that's to the front end. So she can make a choice early whether to try to press that long shot or to sit just off and let that horse stop into her and take over. But she seems to have the best numbers in the field. And again, the breeding hints that she should have no problem with the stretch out. Use the 3 Queen Sally for second at 10-1 morning line. You know, you can throw out the last race. That was her first time going a mile here at Finger Lakes after running in a series of sprint races. And then before that, she was running long in New York. So she's already proven she can get the mile or so distance. But she just kind of ran evenly in that race. They went slow up front. They went 51 to the half, and that was kind of compromised by that. But her previous race was a good third in a sprint. She's capable. It's just a matter of timing, and you got a good rider with a good clock in Caber Coa, as seen from the last race. So Queen Sally is a top 3 threat. And she could play off her entry mate too, because Immigration Law figures to be the inside speed, and she could just sit off and make a run gauging off that one, who should be getting pressed by Banking Silver. The one is Ishka Bibble. I have no idea if that's right or not, but this is an Honest Mischief. Ran good second last time. No threat to the winner at Belmont. And the races before, kind of getting beat pretty badly for 20,000. So this is an interesting spot. If she could run back to her maiden victory, again, it's a little bit cheaper for the maiden victory for 16,000. As you would think, as a New York bred, she would have gone a little higher up against the New York bred special weights or something like that. But it was a good number, and she dominated that field. So she's certainly capable. And again, she's by Honest Mischief. She's got Quiet American on the dam side. The distance shouldn't be an issue for this horse. Maybe needs to increase the number a little bit to be able to beat a couple of them in here, but there are a couple that are questionable as far as going this extra yardage. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts in the 6. You got about 8 minutes post. Good luck.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track, race 6 at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5, 6, and 8. Number 1 is Ishka Bibble and Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Immigration Law, Jam Rohina. Number 3, Queen Sally, Cabercoa. Number 4, Saratoga Sunset, Jeremias Flores. Number 7, Banking Silver, Chris Elliott. And number 9 is Lanchura and Jose Baez. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Fillies and Mares begin their approach to the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. And the Fillies and Mares have made their way to the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Down to a field of 6 to go, mile 70 yards. Allowance, non-winners of 2. Fillies and Mares, big favorite 2-5. Number 7, Banking Silver. broke the maiden last time out. In a sprint, stretching out, around 2 turns. No strong second choice. Loading up here, race 6. Saratoga Sunset. Banking Silver and Lanchura. They're all in the gate. Saratoga Sunset's fractious. Settles. Somewhat. And they're off. Immigration Law, Banking Silver. These are the 2 quickest out of the gate, joined by Lanchura, who'll be 3 wide around that first turn. Saratoga Sunset is in 4th, the back 2 markers. Ishkabibble to the inside of Queen Sally as they circle around the first turn. Immigration Law has the lead by a long neck over Banking Silver, who rates outside second. Lanchura 3 wide and third, 2 lengths off the lead. Ishkabibble towards the inside and 4th. Saratoga Sunset 3 wide 5th and a half length back to Queen Sally, who's at the back. One big cluster, 4.5 from top to bottom. They race up the backstretch, 5 furlongs to go. Immigration Law has the lead by a half length over the gray Banking Silver, prompting outside second. Lanchura 3 wide in third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Ishkabibble towards the inside 4th. Queen Sally to the inside of Saratoga Sunset. They're both at the tail of the field. The opening half in 48 3/5 entry into the far turn. Immigration Law has the lead as Banking Silver's dropped from second to last as it's Lanchura's outside in second, Ishkabibble towards the inside in third, Queen Sally outside 4th, then 7 lengths back to Saratoga Sunset, and Banking Silver is basically going to be eased out of the race as they turn into the stretch. Immigration Law, Lanchura, Queen Sally stand side. Where's Ishkabibble going to go? Ishkabibble right behind Lanchura, but now 4 lengths off the lead. Looks like we're coming down to a couple here with 16th to go. Lanchura has the lead. Queen Sally lunging at that one on the outside. Lanchura digs in. Queen Sally surging late. Queen Sally, Lanchura, Lanchura. Think holds there over Queen Sally in the 6th from Finger Lakes. Number 9, Lanchura first. 9-3-1-2, Lanchura. Big upset at 28-1. Mile 70 yards, 147.57. Back to the winner's circle. Number 9, Lanchura. New York bred, 5-year-old bay mare by Tonalist out of made off with the cash. Nova Stables owns Oscar Barrera III, trains Jose Baez, the winning jockey. H. Allen Poindexter bred Lanchura. $58.42, the winning mutual. Daily double, $127.96. Exacta $270. Try $321.66. Dime Super $210.88. Pick 4 of 4, $763.19. Seventh race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 2 Hot Rod Hottie, and number 3, Life is But a Dream. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time for race 7 in 21 minutes at 4:04 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for the race number 7, and with Banking Silver not firing in that race, it really resulted in some really big prices in race number 6. That's what happens when you get a short price favorite and they don't fire. But congratulations to trainer Little Oscar Barrera III gets the win. Jose Baez aboard for Nova Stables. Congratulations, 28 to 1. I mean, that's also how good the Dana Salt barn's going. She saddled that one, as she's been winning at a high percentage. Man, 28. I mean, what is it? The try and super had to be huge in that race with the 1 to 5 out. All right, let's look at the 7th. We scratch a really big scratch. It would have been a very short price favorite. Talking about the 2, Hot Rod Hottie, also affects the pace flow in this race. Scratch the 3, Life is But a Dream. So now we're left with 5 betting interests. Not a ton of speed. The speed comes from the 6. That's Galilean's Girl, so she'll try to carry her speed the whole way. She's coming off the turf, same distance, and really didn't run that badly. I know it was only a 5-horse field. She only beat 1 horse, but it was a better field in the New York Stallion Series Stakes. That was after looking good off the layoff, beating the 2 Lifetime Condition. So good first start as a 3-year-old for her. And again, not a bad. I'd like to see this horse on the turf again in a short distance, but she looks like she's quicker than Shaman Princess, who's the only other one with speed that's outside of her. So she could be dangerous if she can get a clear lead in here, and maybe she could carry her speed. Now the horse to beat, according to the odds, is the 5 Alpine Giant, and she looks the part. Looking at her here in the paddock, good looking horse, and she's a big horse. Maybe that's why she's Alpine Giant, but well-bred horse. She's at age 4. She's been running on mostly turf. So her first start on the dirt, coming off the turf, there was some question marks, but she was able to hold off Life is But a Dream and get the victory, and maybe taking advantage a little bit of a quick early pace, but she wasn't that far off of the pace that went in 21. Not going to get that kind of pace today, but she should be close up throughout, right off of Galilean's Girl. And if she can repeat the last effort or even improve off of that effort, you got to figure her to be right there. Again, she looks the part, and she is getting a lot of action right now at odds of 1 to 2, trying to make it 2 in a row on the dirt and 2 for 2 at Finger Lakes. For a price, I did use the 1 for 3rd. She hasn't shown much in her recent races. In fact, she's lost by double digits in all 4 of her last 4 races. They bet her last time, though, here at Finger Lakes when she arrived here after running against Tougher in New York. But again, she chased and then faded in a race that was won by Stunning Sugar, who's running later this week. But one of the things about spun size, and the one negative for her, is both of her career wins have performed on an off track. She's not going to get an off track today, but she will take the blinkers off. She's wore blinkers the last 3 races. So considering that her last 4 races haven't been as good, maybe you look back to when she did run well without the blinkers. Maybe the equipment change could make a difference for spun size. You would love to see a little rain if you're back in this one, but I think she's got a chance with the equipment change to maybe pass some horses late and make it into the top 3. This barn is going pretty good. And you got Chris Elliott aboard. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. You got 4 minutes to post. They're about to go on the track. Scratch the big favorite, Red Hot Rod Hottie, and also scratch the 3, Life is But a Dream.
On the track, race 7 from Finger Lakes, there's number 1 Spun Size with Chris Elliott. Number 4, Rubies for Olivia and Joel Cruz. Number 5, Alpine Giant, Andre Worry. Number 6, Galilean's Girl, Nasario Alvarado. And last but not least, number 7, Shaman Princess and Ray Lou Gutierrez. Post time in a few minutes. Fillies and Mares begin their approach to the starting gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate, race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go. 6 furlongs. Fillies and Mares allowance now winners of 3. 3 to 5 on number 5, Alpine Giant. Winner last time out here at Finger Lakes, and the non-winners of 2, a lifetime allowance race. Galilean's Girl. Strong second choice at 5 to 2. Alpine Giant. Shaman Princess to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Stumble at the start for Shaman Princess. Galilean's Girl barrels out for the front end. Spun Size goes with that one. Alpine Giant emerges in third, right behind the dueling leaders. Then a couple lengths to Rubies for Olivia is to the inside of Shaman Princess, who's at the 5th and trailing position and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. They race up the backstretch. It's Galilean's Girl to the outside of Spun Size. They're together as one. A length and a half to Alpine Giant, who hounds the leaders in third. 2.5 lengths to Shaman Princess, who's out of last. Rubies for Olivia trails. First quarter, 22 2/5. Galilean's Girl, Alpine Giant has gotten the trip so far, now contending for the top spot on the 3 wide side. Spun Size drops back in third. Few more lengths back to Shaman Princess, and Rubies for Olivia trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Galilean's Girl is game along the inside. Alpine Giant outside, drifting out in second. Spun Size is in third. They run down to the 16th pole. It's Galilean's Girl. It turns away Alpine Giant. Spun Size now back up into second. Here comes the winning line. Galilean's Girl wins by just about a length over Spun Size. Then it was Alpine Giant and Rubies for Olivia. Six, 154, number 6, Galilean's Girl first. 6 furlongs, 111.60. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Galilean's Girl. New York bred, 3-year-old Dr. Brown filly by Galilean out of by leaps and bounds. Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro, the owners. Linda Dixon, the trainer. Nazario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Barry Ostriger, bred Galilean's Girl. $6.48, the winning mutual. Daily double, $261.62. Exacta, $39.46. Trifecta, $18.96. Super, $5.77. Eighth and final Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfacta wagering. Post time in 21 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. A pretty good race there between the two favorites. Galleon's Girl with a little bit of a tactile advantage to be able to get first run on Alpine Giant, and then Alpine Giant got tired of chasing. Spun Size came up to rally, but figured to be those three of the five horses, and you got Hansel Be Rewarded. That was a decent trifecta that came in for that race for logical horses. Now we go to the last. Remember, we do have one more day of live racing. Be a little cooler tomorrow. We got 8 races on tomorrow's card with a 12:55 first post. Should be a lot of fun tomorrow again. Good races today. Never Won Two Claimer to finish it off with going 5.5. And as you can tell, very competitive group. No real standout in the last race. Took a little bit of a shot in this one, but he is getting bet right now as we speak. Talking about Treehouse was 9-2 morning line, right now at odds of 3-1. I like her maiden victory, even though it was against a little cheaper, against the maiden 16s in New York. Her first star here was too short at 4.5 furlongs. That's why she didn't fire at all, and probably why she'll be overlooked here because of the distance. She wasn't very competitive. Her last race overmatched against the 30s in New York. Now she gets some class relief, dropping down to 11-9. If she could run back to that maiden victory, even though it's for 16, that race is good enough to beat this 11-9 field. And she's getting a little bit of action at 3-1 right now. The second choice on the board behind Lollipop. Lollipop's obviously has the numbers to beat this field and the class to beat this field. The problem with Lollipops is she's been off since August of last year. That's 11 months away from the races. Obviously fits. She's actually dropping in class off of the claiming price where she only lost a length. So if she could run back to her last summer's form, she'll beat these. That's a big if, though. But she's getting some action at 5-2. Currently the favorite on the board. The other one I used in the top 3 was the one Lady Banker. I always like the speed horses going from 6 furlongs to 5.5. It's a great angle here at Finger Lakes. You see a lot of winners, even when there's other speed in the race. Just that shorter distance for these type of speed horses helps, especially when there were 6 furlongs, they didn't have an easy lead. A lot of times an easy lead at 6 furlongs is better than getting pressed at 5.5. But she hasn't had that easy of lead. She's got a length clear last time. She did get a 23 first quarter. So technically she didn't have any excuse except for her stablemate signifying nothing was just a better horse. And they controlled the pace either way, as was Lady Banker and signifying nothing running 1-2 around the track. And then she got beat at the wire by that rival. But I think the shorter distance is going to help her here and automatically makes her a player. She's going to be a good price at 9-2. If she could get the lead from that rail position today against this field, they may have a tough time getting past her. The 5 horse is Candy is Dandy for David Iola. This one takes a slight drop in class to the 11-9, and that should certainly help. She's cutting back in distance, so she's going to have to do it from off the pace, but the last time she went this distance, she was off the layoff and won, breaking her maiden for 5,000 in the slop. Well, she tried allowance, and now she goes right in between at the 11-9. This could be a sweet spot for Candy is Dandy, especially if she likes the shorter distance better. And judging by the maiden victory, maybe the 5.5 could be the key here for Candy is Dandy. And she's a big price at odds of 8-1. You always got to look at the drops, especially if they're not that badly beaten against allowance rivals. Exacta Try is super offered in the last race. We'll do it again with 8 races on the Wednesday card with a 12:55 first post. See you then.
On the track for the eighth and final from Finger Lakes, number 1 is Lady Banker and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is No Factor and Andre Worry. Number 3 is Lollipops and Luis Pena. Number 4, Treehouse, Chris Elliott. Number 5, Candy is Dandy and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, World Bank and Kaber Koa. Looks like we're going to go to the 7, Bounty Killa, Laird Bailey. Number 8, Chardonnay Derby and Oscar Gomez. Number 9 is Fair Weather Lover, Joel Cruz, the riding assignment. Number 10, Ring of the Rise, Michael Davila Jr. And there's the 6, World Bank and Koa. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for the eighth and final from Finger Lakes. Riders off Treehouse, though the jockey does have a hold of the reins while walking with Treehouse. Treehouse going to be loaded without the jockey. We'll climb aboard once she's in the gate. Bounty Killer going up. Fair Weather Lover and Ring of the Rise. They're all in the gate, except for Ring of the Rise. Ring of the Rise. Up and in now. We're ready for a start. And they're off. Great start for World Bank, who edges out for the lead. Lady Banker's up the inside second. Lollipops races third. And then it's Treehouse in fourth, who's to the inside of Fairweather Lover. Ring of the Rise deep on the course in sixth, 5.5 off the lead. 3 parts a length back to No Factors, a length and a half in front of Candy is Dandy. Chardonnay Derby's in second last and is to the outside of Bounty Killer in the 10th and trailing position and about 12 lengths off the lead. Onto the turn, Lady Banker on top, a length and a half is the lead. World Bank is the nearest pursuer in second. Fairweather Lover, White Blinkers outside in third. Treehouse, Lollipops, fourth and fifth. Ring of the Rise goes from sixth up into fourth. Very deep on the course in the Blue Blinkers, about 5 lengths off the lead. And then it's Candy is Dandy, who runs along in seventh. 8th place, No Factor, as they turn into the stretch. It's Lady Banker and World Bank. These two clash for the lead, and World Bank takes over the lead. Fairweather Lover outside, bearing down on the leaders. 3 lengths off the lead in third. 16th to go. It's World Bank clear by 3 over Fairweather Lover and Lady Banker. It's World Bank give Koa 3 on the card. Fairweather Lover second. Third, Lady Banker close for fourth. No Factor to the outside of Kendi is Dendy. Six nine one two, number 6 World Bank first. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, World Bank. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown mare by Central Banker. Out of Danya, Luann Bianchi. The owner, Caitlin Gutterson. The trainer, Cabercoa, with a riding triple today. Cedar Meadow Incorporated, bred World Bank. $9.60, the winning mutual. Double $47 and change. Dime Super $137.87. Pick 3 $180.79. Pick 4 $1,075.57. Pick 5 5 of 5 $3,332.83. Exacta $81.72. Trifecta $74.59. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. If they're not up already, programs available for download. At fingerlakesgaming.com. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.